The Senate will come to order. Dr. Barry Black, our chaplain, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Spirit of God, descend on our hearts. For apart from you, life is sound and fury, signifying nothing. Lord, make our lawmakers great enough for these momentous times. Deliver them from pride and prejudice as they seek to live worthy of your great name. Transform common days into transfiguring and redemptive moments because of the power of your presence and the wisdom of your words. Cleanse the fountains of our hearts from all that defiles, and make us fit vessels for your honor. We pray in your great name. Amen.
Will you please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of mourning business with senators permitted to speak there from up to 10 minutes each. Yes, Mr. Senator from Iowa.
This week, our nation mourns the loss of our 39th president, Jimmy Carter. With grief comes reflection on his life, a life well lived. There's no doubt President Carter made an impact on scores of Americans. As for this senator, in 1976, I was on the ballot as a congressman for Iowa's 3rd Congressional District, and of course, Jimmy Carter was on that same ballot. Now, he and I were bit by different political bugs, but we have a similar foundation. 2 small-town boys anchored in our faith. As the only sitting member of Congress today who served with the Carter presidency, I remember him fondly. Maybe a couple times to remind you about. I don't know exactly what year it was, but I was in Iowa. He made a phone call to me asking, he was on his way to Nicaragua to observe whether or not a presidential election at that time was going to be a fair election. He asked me if I would go along with him, and I said the work of the Senate doesn't allow me to do it at that particular time. So obviously I regretted that. Another time he asked me, I think this was in the 2000 period of time, maybe around 2003, 4, 5, he asked if I would come and speak to a Baptist group in Atlanta, Georgia, that he was leading, and I had that opportunity to be there and to have a private conversation with him and his wife, the former First Lady. Now, Carter answered the call to serve his nation in many different ways. We remember as our President of the United States and his call to serve those in need after leaving the White House. 1 Peter 4 in its various forms, end of quote. The light of the Lord shone through President Carter's life of service. He used these gifts to serve others even beyond the borders of the United States. We say goodbye during this time to this man of many talents. We know about his background as a peanut farmer. We know about his background as a naval officer, and more famously as our 39th president. And lastly, as a home builder, as he worked through organizations building homes for the needy. Now we remember him as he is in his heavenly home now. I yield the floor.
Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. President, this past November, the American people gave President Trump and Republicans a mandate. Now the time has come to begin executing on it. Mr. President, one of the most important issues in this last election was the illegal immigration crisis. And that's the topic of the first vote that we're holding in the Senate under a Republican majority. For the last 4 years, the Biden administration's open border policies have wreaked havoc in both border communities and those far from the border. One of those communities is Athens, Georgia, where 22-year-old nursing student Laken Riley was murdered by an illegal immigrant while out for a morning jog last year. Laken's murderer not only entered the country illegally, he was arrested twice in the United States and never deported. Mr. President, this week the Senate is going to vote on Senator Britt's bipartisan Laken Riley Act, which would ensure that illegal immigrants are deported when they are arrested, as Laken's killer was, for crimes like theft and burglary. And while this bill sounds like a common-sense measure, and it is, Senate Democrats uniformly opposed it last year despite the bill receiving bipartisan support in the House of Representatives. We'll see what they do when the new Senate majority brings it up for a vote. Mr. President, we're also going to be taking a vote to support our ally Israel, something my friends across the aisle seem to struggle with from time to time. After the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants for Israel's Prime Minister and Foreign Defense Minister in November, I called on the Democrat leader to bring up an ICC sanctions bill that had already passed the House, again with bipartisan support. The ICC's rogue actions only enable the terrorists who seek to wipe Israel off the map, and they cannot be allowed to stand unchecked. In November, I promised that if Leader Schumer wouldn't bring the ICC sanctions bill to the floor, Republicans would. And we'll soon fulfill that promise and have a vote to support our ally Israel. Mr. President, senators can also expect to vote on another common-sense measure this month, as thousands of pro-life Americans come to Washington for the 52nd annual March for Life. We'll take up the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. This straightforward bill simply states that a baby born alive after an attempted abortion is entitled to the same protection and medical care that any other newborn baby is entitled to. This vote will ask Democrats to answer whether a living baby born after an attempted abortion should be provided with medical care or be left to die. It shouldn't be a hard question. Mr. President, the Senate will also be working to get President Trump's team in place. Beginning next week, Senate committees will hold hearings on the President's nominees. We will work to ensure each nominee has a fair process without unnecessary delays or obstruction. And we will confirm those nominees swiftly so the Trump-Vance administration can hit the ground running. Finally, Mr. President, Republicans in Congress are hard at work preparing to address some key priorities through the budget reconciliation process. We have a lot to do there. To begin with, the border security policies we expect President Trump to implement will need to be fully funded to maximize their effectiveness. Increasing the number of immigrations and customs enforcement officers and Border Patrol agents, increasing detention space, and providing barriers and technology are just some of the resources needed to secure the border. Mr. President, border security is one key part of providing for our national security. Investing in our military is another. And we're working on investing in improvements to military readiness that will help restore American strength so that we can deter our adversaries and keep the peace. We're also going to invest in American energy dominance. Energy security plays a key role in our national security, and Republicans plan to use budget reconciliation to help advance American energy production. Another priority is extending the tax relief that Republicans delivered during the first Trump administration. These pro-growth policies put more money in Americans' pockets and help deliver a strong economy before the pandemic, and we need to extend them to protect our economy and the American people from a $4 trillion tax hike next year. Mr. President, this is just the start. We have a lot of work to do, but the American people have chosen the right team to get it done. Mr. President, I yield the hold on, Mr. President. Not ready to yield the floor just yet. Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 1, S5.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 1, S5, a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk for the motion to proceed.
The clerk will report the cloture motion, please.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 1, S5, a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And, Mr. President, I ask consent that the mandatory quorum call be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand there's a bill at the desk that is due for a second reading.
The leader is correct. The clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
S9, a bill to provide that for purposes of determining compliance with Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972 in athletics, sex shall be recognized based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth.
Mr. President, in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
Objection having been heard, the bill will be placed on the calendar.
President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The Democrat leader.
today, we in quorum?
I'm sorry? We are not. No, we're not.
Thank you. Today, President-elect Donald Trump comes to the Capitol to meet with Senate Republicans. We expect they will talk about their first order of business when they assume full control of government. And what is the Republicans' first order of business going to be? Will it be helping working people, as Donald Trump promised on the campaign trail? Will it be increasing paychecks or strengthening workers' rights or making health care more affordable? Will it be investing in more American manufacturing jobs like Democrats did 3 years ago? No, no, and again, no. Donald Trump and Republicans promised to fight for working Americans, but their actions already tell a different story. Before even entering office, Donald Trump is working with Republicans to give very wealthy people and mega corporations another round of trillion-dollar tax cuts. At the same time that Americans are struggling with inadequate health care and not enough inadequate child care and not enough health care and an inability to buy a home, these Republicans are talking about helping the mega corporations and wealthy people get tax cuts. And many of them are saying, let's cut Social Security, let's cut Medicare, let's cut health care, let's cut the ability of a first-time homeowner to buy a home to pay for it. So instead of working in a bipartisan way to put the needs of working Americans first, Republicans are getting ready to use the reconciliation process to reward the richest Americans and give more tax breaks to America's biggest corporations. It's obscene enough that Republicans want to make tax cuts for the ultra-rich their first agenda item. But it gets worse when you remember they already cut taxes for those same people just a few years ago. And we all saw what a disaster it was. The last time Donald Trump and Republicans cut taxes for the rich, they claimed it would trickle down to the working people, to the middle class. It most certainly did not. Republicans promised the average household would see $4,000 extra per year. But in fact, real median wages grew less than half of a percent. Less than half of a percent in the 2 years that following these tax cuts. Executive pay and bonuses, meanwhile, soared to record highs. Stock buybacks, which only reward shareholders, hit a record in 2018. After the Trump tax cuts went into effect, the highest income earners in America paid less effectively in taxes than the working class for the first time ever. Imagine that. The highest income earners paid less effectively in taxes than the working class for the first time ever after the first Trump tax cut, and Republicans want to repeat that performance? According to one study by economists at the University of California, the richest 400 families paid a lower tax rate than the bottom half of U.S. households in 2018. The richest 400 families paid a lower rate than the bottom half of U.S. households in 2018. It's paid a lesser amount, I believe. There is nothing pro-worker about cutting taxes for the wealthiest people in America. But that's precisely what Republicans are preparing to do as one of their first orders of business. They're not debating whether they should do it, just what's the best way to do it. 1 bill, 2 bills. Choose your poison. We already see a clear difference between the way Republicans are preparing to govern and how Democrats governed when we had the majority. We put bipartisanship first. We never made party line votes the only part of our main agenda, as Republicans seem prepared to do. Let's not forget, in the first year of the Democrats' majority, one of our signature bills was a bipartisan effort to rebuild America's roads, bridges, and highways, to put people to work and fix our infrastructure. That's putting workers first. In 2022, Democrats led a bipartisan effort to bring manufacturing back to our shores, to make America the world leader in microchip production once again, to plant the seeds for good-paying tech jobs in America's heartland. That's putting workers first. In 2023, we even led a bipartisan effort to fix our immigration system with the strongest border security bill in over a decade. That was a bipartisan bill. We were hours away from voting on the bill here in the Senate before Donald Trump killed it for no other reason than a cynical political game. So it's troubling that so far we have seen little indication from the Republican majority that they're interested in continuing the bipartisan streak of the last 4 years, or that they're really interested in helping the working people of America in any way. Instead, Republicans seem ready to use their majority to go back to the same old GOP playbook: tax cuts for the ultra-rich, trickle-down fantasies, and turning their backs on working Americans whom they promised to fight for. Now on nominations. Every time a new administration begins, one of the most important things the Senate does is carefully evaluate, consider, and vote on the President's cabinet nominees. Strong nominees only come from a strong vetting process here in the Senate. I've been very clear where Democrats stand. We need thorough background investigations. We need hearings where both sides can prepare to ask strong questions, and we need a vote here on the floor. In other words, we expect regular order. It's deeply troubling, then, to see our Republican colleagues already beginning to shun regular order. Yesterday, the chairman of the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources noticed a hearing for Governor Doug Burgum to serve as the next Secretary of the Interior without minority consent, as has long been the standard practice. Senate Democrats on the committee expressed reasonable objections to proceeding to this hearing because the committee had not yet received basic information on Governor Burgum's background. What are Republicans trying to hide by rushing this and other nominees through committee? It's very reasonable to wait a little, get additional background information so both sides can be ready for the hearing. Why the rush? Are Republicans trying to hide the fact that maybe some of Donald Trump's nominees are not qualified for the positions they seek? Are Republicans trying to cover for nominees who will turn their backs on working Americans and use agencies like the Department of the Interior to help giant polluters and big business? The American people should know if cabinet nominees will push policies that kill good-paying clean energy jobs created under President Biden. These are good-paying jobs that support communities in red states and blue states. Repealing these jobs would be profoundly anti-worker, might cause many to lose their jobs. Americans deserve to know what kind of people are going to serve in President Trump's cabinet. They need assurances that these nominees will fight for them, will cut costs, hold the big corporations accountable. When Republicans try to rush nominees through the process, the American people have to wonder, what are Republicans trying to hide? Now, finally, I want to make a brief comment about the President-elect's press conference yesterday. Donald Trump throws out a lot of strange and rather random ideas on a regular basis. He did it yesterday when suggesting we rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Well, let me say this. I'd agree to working with Donald Trump on renaming the Gulf of Mexico only if he first agrees to work with us on an actual plan to lower costs for Americans. That's what the American people want us to focus on first, not on renaming bodies of water. Our priorities, our democratic priorities, are so much more closely aligned with the concerns of the American people than Donald Trump seemed to be. The incoming president knows he has a tall task ahead of him. He spent years on the campaign trail making outlandish promises he won't be able to keep. In fact, he's getting rich to do the opposite of what he's getting ready to do the opposite of what he promised by cutting tax cuts for the very, very wealthy. Donald Trump is in over his head. So he's doing what he always does in times like this, distract America with crazy ideas. Renaming the Gulf of Mexico may be a zany new idea, but it isn't going to help people save money at the grocery store. It's not going to make trips to the pharmacy more affordable. It's not going to help anyone find a good-paying job. Donald Trump says these things because it will get him attention and make him sound like a tough guy. If Donald Trump wants to rename an ocean to sound more patriotic, I'd say we'll help him on one condition and only on one condition. Let's come up with a real plan first, not a concept of a plan to lower prices for Americans. Let's do that first. Then Donald Trump can have his fun. I yield the floor and note the absence of, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The majority whip is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, 2 months ago, the American people gave Republicans a clear mandate. It's a mandate to get America back on track. Senate Republicans won 53 seats. The House of Representatives, Republicans in the majority. And President Trump won a historic victory. He won all 7 of the battleground states, and he won the popular vote. The victory was decisive. Starting this week, Republicans are going to begin to deliver on the mandate. Just heard the minority leader in the Senate talking about what are Republicans going to do to help the American people. I want to talk about that because I want to contrast it to what the outgoing president is doing right now and using his final days in office. The Democrat president who is leaving is trying to put in place left-wing dangerous policies that have been rejected by the American voters, and policies that are going to make it more expensive for American voters to live their lives. These policies will make America less safe, less prosperous, and more vulnerable. These aren't policies that the American people voted for. It seems that the lame duck president is working overtime to undermine the American values and the demands and the wishes of the American people. The outgoing president has actually had his administration sign contracts with government unions so government workers have the right to stay home from work, maybe pretending that they're working, while still getting paid for a job that they're supposed to be doing. To make matters worse, this past Monday, Joe Biden banned American energy production on 625 million acres of federal waters. Democrat leader says, well, we need to do things to lower prices for the American people. That's not going to do it. That's going to make it more expensive for the American people when they use energy to heat their home, to drive their vehicles. Joe Biden and the Democrats are using an obscure law to sabotage American energy independence and American energy production. And in the process of doing this, all in the name of the environment and climate, they're going to make it much harder for the American people to make ends meet at the end of the month. In my home state of Wyoming, the Biden administration issued a midnight rule that limits agriculture production and oil and gas leasing in Wyoming on public lands. He did this over the objections of the people of Wyoming. This is one more insult from this outgoing administration on the families and the workers of my home state. So it's not surprising that Joe Biden continues to do more damage as he shuffles out the door. Under his administration, punishing regulations have replaced common sense. His war on American energy independence has hurt us strategically and has caused prices to go up dramatically. On the whole, he has been the most anti-American energy president in the history of this country. And sadly, there are plenty of more examples of the malicious sabotage by this lame duck president. In December, what did we learn? We learned that the Biden administration was selling off materials purchased to build the wall at our southern border. Sold materials for pennies on the dollar. Bidding began at $5. This is vindictive and an illegal violation of U.S. law. Joe Biden and the Democrats let more than 10 million illegal immigrants cross our border illegally into our country. Among them, we know were over 300 individuals on the terror watch list. So this morning when the Democrat leader says, what are the Republicans doing? What are you starting out doing? Well, this week we're going to be voting on the Laken Riley bill. She was a young woman, innocent young woman, murdered by an illegal immigrant. Came across into this country illegally. She was murdered. It's a bill that's been sponsored and co-sponsored by every Republican in the Senate. And now I'm happy to report that there are several Democrats who have also signed on to that legislation. We're now talking about something that should have been done in a bipartisan way earlier, but we have an opportunity this weekend to get a bill passed in the Senate that is absolutely bipartisan and would make a huge difference in trying to protect American citizens from illegal immigrants who are in this country, and then we're talking about a group of these 10 million, some of whom are members of criminal cartels, drug dealers, people on the terrorist watch list. But yet, by Joe Biden's actions of selling off materials that taxpayers have paid for it, pennies on the dollar, he's now making it harder and more expensive for President Trump to do the job at the border that he was elected to do and for which Joe Biden and his party were rejected at the ballot box. This week, we also see that Joe Biden is rushing to release terrorists from American custody. 1 week after the New Orleans terrorist attack, this administration, this president has set free 11 terrorists from Guantanamo Bay, terrorists connected to the 9/11 attacks on America. The Wall Street Journal reported yesterday that Joe Biden wants to give back a dangerous terrorist and a close friend of Osama bin Laden. Here at home, we're seeing another type of Joe Biden jailbreak. Last month, the president pardoned 39 convicts, commuted the sentences of nearly 1,500 more commutations in a single day than the last 3 presidents combined. These people are hardened criminals. They include murderers, child abusers, fraudsters, con artists, and corrupt public officials. This ugly action was a disregard for the victims, for their families, and for the facts, and a slap in the face of every law-abiding citizen. This abuse of power undermines our justice system and the power of the presidency. This week, Joe Biden continued his march of shame by giving America's highest civilian honor to George Soros. Soros is a pro-crime activist. He is a supporter, an active supporter of defund the police. George Soros spent $50 million to elect soft-on-crime prosecutors, including the partisan New York City District Attorney Alvin Bragg. Biden rewarded Soros for funding the lawyers who launched the legal attacks against his political opponent, President Trump. In his final days in office now, Joe Biden is making America less safe, less prosperous, and more vulnerable. This is opposite of what the American people voted for in November. There was a column in the opinion page of yesterday's Washington Post magazine. This is a reflection on opinion of individuals on what legacy there's going to be for Joe Biden. Presidents are concerned about their legacy. This is by Matt Bai, called The Biden Legacy, A Bridge to Nowhere, where pulled out on the big line is, Joe Biden will be chiefly remembered as a man who didn't know when to leave. A man who didn't know when to leave. Joe Biden's shelf life is expired. It is time for him to go. In our first days in office, Republicans have started to get America back on track. Working with President Trump, we'll put our focus on what the American people care about: stopping the chaos at the border, taking the handcuffs off of American energy production, and putting the safety and the security and the future of all Americans first. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Many presidents, their legacy is written and sealed by their actions in office. Their post-presidency activities, nothing but fodder for the tabloids and a footnote in history books, but not for Jimmy Carter. I remember the last days of the Carter presidency. After 444 painful days of sustained, frustrating effort to release American hostages being held in Tehran, we witnessed their welcome but cynically timed release on the exact day of our nation's peaceful transfer of power from President Carter to President Reagan. President Carter's main goal had been to make sure that every hostage returned home alive. On that score, he succeeded. leaving office at the age of 56 years of age and passing away at the end of last month at 100, President Jimmy Carter had the longest post-presidency in our nation's history, and he certainly made it count. The same faith, empathy, and desire to help others that motivated him to run for office compelled him to continue improving the world after he left office. Not content with a rocking chair retirement, President Carter devoted himself to human rights, conflict resolution, election monitoring, health care, affordable housing, and so much more. He was a humble man in a world of politics where humility is often the first casualty. But there is no doubt that in corners of the globe near and far, Jimmy Carter left his mark. A public service servant can ask for no greater legacy. As our 39th president lies in state in the U.S. Capitol just a few steps away from this chamber, before he is laid to final rest, it is a time for paying respects and reflecting. President Carter's legacy tasks each one of us with looking inward and asking, how can I use my place in life to do more good for more people? Today I send my thoughts to all those who knew, loved, and were inspired by President Carter. Our nation and world is better off because of his service. May he rest in peace. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator from Texas is recognized.
President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, with the new session of the Senate and a new majority in the House and the Senate, actually the House had a majority, but the Senate has a new majority, and President Trump in the White House, one of the first things that members of the Senate had to do was to choose which committees to serve on. And I've been proud to serve on the Senate Judiciary, Finance, and Intelligence Committee in previous Congresses, and this Congress I'll be joining the Budget Committee for the 119th Congress. I was particularly interested in joining the Budget Committee because one of the biggest challenges we have is to get our budget under control. With approaching $36 trillion in debt, we're paying more interest on the national debt than we are on defense. And at a time when President Trump has asked NATO to up their investment in their own defense to as much as 5% of GDP, we stand about 2.7% of GDP here at home. So clearly we need to right-size our spending and our debt and reprioritize what it is we are trying to do here, which national security, I believe, is the preeminent responsibility of the United States Congress. We'll have the opportunity to pass a budget with reconciliation instructions. I'm not sure how much the American people care about the process. We care about the process because we have to deal with it, but the first thing we do have to do is to pass a budget. That's something we haven't done since 2017. I remember in 2017, right after President Trump was sworn, or even before he was sworn into office, we passed a budget resolution from which we got the ability to then pass the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, one of the most significant tax reform bills in 25 years. But we got that budget passed before President Trump even took office, because as a resolution between the House and the Senate, it doesn't require a presidential signature. So it's already January the 8th. We have 12 days until President Trump puts his hand on the Bible and is sworn into his second term of office, and we don't have any time to waste. The reason why a budget is so important, for a variety of reasons, but one reason is because it allows us to pass budgetary legislation using a majority threshold, which would allow us, Republicans alone, hopefully Democrats will join us, but with 53 Republicans and everybody on the same page, hopefully we'll be able to pass legislation addressing our budgetary challenges. We do have unique rules here in the Senate, one called the Byrd Rule, which tries to make sure that we don't use the reconciliation process and the budgetary process to pass substantive legislation as opposed to budgetary legislation. And that's something we're going to have to work out with the House, because I know the House has different rules. They don't have any constraint on the types of things that they can do using reconciliation like the Senate does. But that's the reason why it's so important for the House and the Senate to get on the same page. Some discussion here on Capitol Hill about whether we want to pass one budget or two budgets or more. Actually, even one budget with multiple reconciliation bills. Frankly, I don't think the process is as important as it is to get the job done. We need to save the American people a multi-trillion-dollar tax increase, which will occur unless we can renew the expiring provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And as I indicated earlier, we need to deal with our rising debt and our funding for our national security purposes. The goal, of course, for national security funding is to establish deterrence and to deter whether it's Iran, that has aspirations for nuclear weapons, that's created so much havoc and misery in the Middle East, whether it's North Korea that's testing hypersonic missiles along with nuclear weapons, and or whether it's Russia, which has aspirations to restore the former Soviet Union or Russian Empire, that currently under the by the means of taking Ukraine back. And then there's China, which is the presiding officer knows, with all of his experience in Asia, is a huge challenge for the United States. President Xi has stated he wants the People's Liberation Army to be prepared by 2027 to take Taiwan by whatever means necessary. We are not ready, and we have to be ready to maintain and reestablish deterrence so that that does not happen, so that President Xi wakes up day after day and he says to himself, not today. And tomorrow he wakes up, he says, not today. That's what deterrence is about. And we, again, need to deal with our budgetary challenges because we are not spending the amount of money we need to spend on defense and deterrence, nor are we spending the money we do spend in, I believe, the wisest and most appropriate manner given the current circumstances. So whether we pursue a single reconciliation bill or multiple bills, we can't lose sight of the goal, and that's to pass President Trump's agenda for the American people. That's what the November 5th election was all about. And we are in lockstep with President Trump, I believe, the majority in the House and the Senate to accomplish that goal. But we can't do it unless we work closely together, which is why we need to be on the same page. We need to quickly arrive at that agreement so we can act swiftly to implement the solutions that will help improve the day-to-day lives of our constituents, the people we represent. In my case, 31 million people in the state of Texas. President Biden's policies have been a disaster for my state and for the American people. Texans have been suffering under open borders and high prices for the last 4 years. Those who run businesses are facing burdensome regulations from the out-of-control regulatory regime. And on top of this, as I mentioned, if Republicans fail to act swiftly to extend the expiring tax cuts, 62% of taxpayers will experience a tax increase. 62%. We can't let that happen. It would be insult to injury on top of 40-year high inflation for the American people to have to experience a tax cut if we are tax increase if we are unsuccessful. So while we have important conversations and some healthy debates over what budget reconciliation ends up looking like, we need to keep our eye on the prize in order to deliver on these critical priorities for the American people. Now, in addition to border security, abundant American energy, regulatory reform, permitting reform, and avoiding this multi-trillion-dollar tax increase, there's one more thing that I'd like my colleagues to remember as we deliberate the contents of this package. I believe we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to deal with some of the biggest challenges that faces America, and we can't squander that opportunity. We have to address not only our discretionary spending, which is about 28% of what the federal government spends each year, but also our mandatory spending programs outside of Social Security and Medicare. We're not going to touch Social Security or Medicare absent some bipartisan agreement, but there is still about $700 billion of mandatory spending that the federal government spends each year that is essentially on autopilot. We can address these mandatory spending programs by implementing common sense reforms to programs like SNAP, otherwise known as food stamps, that have grown unchecked for years. By simply reducing payment errors for SNAP payments, for example, we could save an estimated $100 billion. By implementing a real work requirement for means-tested programs like Congress did back during the Clinton presidency, we could save an incredible amount of money for the American people and help ease inflation so that the Federal Reserve can bring down interest rates. Or we could repeal the controversial 2021 Thrifty Food Plan that would save as much as $300 billion. You know, we're talking about real money, Mr. President, but it's not just programs that got plus-ups during the pandemic era. Let's take a look, for example, at the IRS. By rescinding the remaining unspent Inflation Reduction Act funds that were directed to the IRS during the Democrats' massive spending spree, we could save an additional $40 billion. Now think about that for a minute. We could save taxpayers $40 billion just by spending less money to the agency that when it comes to process their tax payments. That seems like a no-brainer if I ever heard of one. And this money has not been spent. If there are other demands that in the future that Congress needs to address, then we are prepared to act on those. But to simply leave $40 billion unspent and act as if there's nothing we can do about it at a time of sky-high inflation and reckless spending, I think would be irresponsible on our part. Now here's another idea. By repealing Davis-Bacon, a law that requires federal construction projects to be, that are carried out, that applies to them, that requires payment of a prevailing wage, which isn't necessarily a market wage at the location you're talking about, the Department of Transportation alone could save $400 million. Turning to our federal workforce. Our federal workforce does, by and large, great work. They do important work on behalf of the American people. But by reforming the pension system for federal employees to bring the benefit calculation in line with the private sector standard, the government could save $5 billion over the next decade. We could reform the structure of the federal employee health benefit program and save an additional $18 billion. These are just a few examples of what I would call low-hanging fruit of the opportunities for us to save taxpayer money and to begin to reverse the reckless spending policies of the last 4 years. These are just some examples of a longer list that could save taxpayers as much as $1 trillion over the next 10-year period. And of course, I think we ought to put it all on the table. The money we spend through discretionary spending, the money we spend through mandatory programs, the money that's spent through the tax code. The child tax credit and the earned income tax credit alone represent $200 billion in spending. And this is using the tax code to basically supplement our welfare system because it's a refundable tax credit, which means people get a check, get cold hard cash using the tax code. We need to restore the tax code to its original purpose and not hijack it for purposes of expanding the welfare state. We can have healthy debates about what the priorities should be. I think the child tax credit's very important. And we can talk about the appropriate levels of all of these various programs, including those included in the tax code. But we have to start somewhere, and we have to start soon. Little things do add up. Over the past 4 years, families back home in Texas have had to reevaluate their budgets. So why shouldn't the federal government have to make the hard choices that folks back home are making on a daily and weekly basis? They've had to tighten their belts as a result of high inflation and the highest interest rates that we've had in a long time, which have eaten away at their monthly income. They've figured it out, and we can figure it out too here for the American people and for the federal government. I think it's only fair, Mr. President, that the U.S. Congress, which holds the purse strings for the United States government as a whole, should have to do the same thing that families all across Texas, all across Tennessee, all across the country are having to do on a regular basis. It doesn't seem fair to me to have the folks back home have to make these tough choices while the Congress has been spending away under Democratic majority control and with President Biden in the White House. This is another reason why I'm excited about the great work Republicans are going to do on the DOGE caucus, the Department of Government Efficiency, alongside of our friend Elon Musk and his partner in crime, Vivek Ramaswamy. I say that tongue in cheek, Mr. President. But they have volunteered their efforts and raised the visibility and profile of some of the massive inefficiency in federal spending in a way that I think will be able to galvanize the attention of the American people and enable us to get the political courage to do what we need to do to cut out waste, fraud, and abuse. But this Republican-led Congress can make an impact on reducing our spending, and I know we're all excited about the opportunities to do so. We are chomping at the bit. We just need to all get on the same page so we can get down to work. So I would like to urge all of my colleagues to remember budget reconciliation not only allows us to allocate resources to places like the southern border that have been flat out ignored by the Biden administration, but it's also a tool to reduce spending, inefficient, wasteful spending, and to right-size our priorities. You know, budgets are all about priorities. We have things we must have, we have things we'd like to have, and we have things we want but we can't afford. Those are decisions families have to make on a regular basis. So do small businesses all across the country. Why not the federal government? There's no good reason why the federal government shouldn't have to operate under the same rules. While we can notch some big wins in the coming weeks, we need to eat our spinach too. You know, we've been kicking a lot of these issues down the road until now we've run out of road. And so it's up to us, the elected representatives of the American people. This is our responsibility. It's not always going to be fun. It's not necessarily always going to be popular, but I believe that if we explain to the American people the necessity of doing what I've been talking about here, they will understand it and they will respect it and accept it. And after all, this is something I propose that we do, that we have to do, because of what the American people told us they want, which is a change in direction for the country in their vote of November the 5th of this last year. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. President, I spoke on the Senate floor on December 11th about birthright citizenship, the guarantee contained in the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution that all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are deemed citizens. I reviewed the legal history of this provision, the legal guarantee designed to erase the horrible legacy of slavery that had been embodied in the Dred Scott v. Sanford decision. It was a desire to correct that decision that led to the inclusion of this definition of citizenship in the 14th Amendment. And I also rebutted during that speech two common misconceptions. First, that children born in the United States to parents from other countries are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. That has been ruled false by the Supreme Court since the late 1890s. And second, a claim often made by the President-elect that the United States is unique in the world in guaranteeing citizenship to all who are born within this country. Indeed, as I'll discuss in a few minutes, the U.S. did in fact lead the way in guaranteeing birthright citizenship in the 1860s, but in doing so has led to a global movement that many other countries have decided to embrace. I believe the constitutional basis for birthright citizenship is clear, and those challenging the notion are mounting an argument with no legal basis. But today I want to move beyond the legal history and talk about the good that birthright citizenship brings to our nation. Children born in America to immigrant parents from all corners of the world and from all social conditions have been an enormous benefit to our country and indeed to my Commonwealth of Virginia. More than 47 million people living in the United States were born in another country, and another 16 million American children were born here to immigrant parents. Currently, more than 25% of all American children live in a household where at least one of their parents is an immigrant. How has immigration affected American society? Let's use one example, crime. The statistics are compelling and long-standing that immigration does not increase crime. Instead, the evidence is strong that crime has decreased as immigration has increased. In 1980, immigrants made up 6.2% of the American population, 45 years ago. By 2022, the percentage had more than doubled, with immigrants now making up nearly 14% of the American population. What happened to crime during that period as the percentage of immigrants in the United States doubled? During this time, the crime rate in this country, as measured by crimes committed per 100,000 people, has fallen by 60%. So again, as the portion of our population that is immigrant has more than doubled, the crime rate in our country has fallen by more than 60%. A recent study conducted by scholars at Northwestern University pulled crime data from the United States going back 150 years. And during that 150-year period, they were able to reach a uniform conclusion that immigrants during this 150-year period have always been incarcerated at lower rates than native-born Americans. Another recent study commissioned by the National Institute of Justice within the DOJ looked at all crimes committed in Texas from 2012 to 2018 and found that undocumented immigrants, the earlier statistics I've been giving are about immigrants generally, but this study in Texas found that undocumented immigrants are arrested at less than half of the rate of native-born U.S. citizens for violent crimes and drug crimes, and at less than a quarter of the rate of native-born citizens for property crimes. Immigration is a plus for the American economy. Immigrant households generated more than $236 billion in income in 2022 and paid nearly $66 billion in local, state, and federal taxes. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that immigration flows to the United States that are projected would likely increase American gross domestic product by nearly $9 trillion between now and 2034. And I know because of the background of the president, this next statistic will not surprise you. More than 45% of Fortune 500 companies in America were started by immigrants or by the children of immigrants. And this is not just a relic of the past, it sticks to today. In 2023, 17% of new businesses that were started in America during that year were started by immigrants, and another 17% were started by the children of immigrants. Fully 34% of new businesses in 2023 were started by immigrants or the children of immigrants. So it's clear to me, the great-grandson of 7 Irish immigrants and a Scottish immigrant whose dad was Scottish and mother was Irish, that throughout our history, immigrants have tremendously benefited this nation, and that is not something that is suddenly turning from a positive to a negative. In Virginia, for example, when I was born in 1958, about 1 out of 100 Virginians had been born in another country, and today it's more like 1 out of 8. And that has coincided during my lifetime with Virginia moving from bottom quarter per capita income among American states to top quarter. And that movement has been significantly advanced by talented people from around the world deciding that they wanted to make Virginia their home. Enough of the statistics. How about some stories? Children of immigrants have made powerful contributions to the very essence of America. Where would American fashion be without people like Ralph Lauren, who just got a presidential medal? Born Ralph Lifnitz, born in the Bronx to parents who had immigrated from Poland. Where would American politics be without people like Kamala Harris, born in California to parents who had immigrated from Jamaica and India? Or Marco Rubio, born in Florida to parents who had emigrated from Cuba? Or Nikki Haley, born in South Carolina to parents who had emigrated from the Punjab region of India. Or General and former Secretary of State Colin Powell, born in New York to parents who had immigrated from Jamaica. Where would American sports be without people like figure skater Michelle Kwan, born in California to parents who had emigrated from Hong Kong, or baseball legend Alex Rodriguez, born in Manhattan to parents who had emigrated from the Dominican Republic? Where would American acting be without people like Renee Zellweger, born in Texas to parents who had emigrated from Switzerland and Norway, or Bruce Lee, born in California to parents who had immigrated from Hong Kong and Shanghai? Where would American business be without people like ketchup magnate Henry Heinz, born in Pittsburgh to parents who emigrated from Germany, or outdoor gear entrepreneur Eddie Bauer, born in Washington State to parents who had emigrated from Russia, or cosmetics titan Estee Lauder, born in Queens to parents who emigrated from Hungary and Slovakia, or entertainment executive David Geffen, born in Brooklyn to parents who emigrated from Mandatory Palestine? Where would American music be without people like Frank Sinatra, born in New York to Italian immigrants, or George Gershwin, the child of Russian immigrants? All of these Americans were born here to immigrant parents, some of whose immigration status was unclear at the time of their birth, and some of whose parents were clearly undocumented. And that's the point of birthright citizenship. When America is at its best, the status of our parents doesn't limit our ability to contribute to our community. And that's part of the genius of our nation. I believe birthright citizenship, put into our Constitution in the 1860s to rectify the sin of slavery and the egregious Dred Scott decision, has really been a blessing to our country. And it has actually inspired a global movement, especially among nations in the Americas, to guarantee citizenship to all born within their borders. There's slightly more than 36 nations in the world that guarantee birthright citizenship, predominantly in the Americas. And why did it catch hold in the Americas? We called ourselves the New World. That was a phrase we often kind of used for the United States and the Americas, to contrast it with an old world, mostly nations in Europe, that tended to lock you in a social status based on who your parents were. That was a reality that was pretty common when English arrived in Jamestown in 1607 or at Plymouth Rock in 1619, and as Europeans and others were coming to the United States before we declared our independence in 1776, it was fairly common for people to be locked into a status where they were born. And that's why so many of our ancestors wanted to come to the United States, because they would not be locked into a social status based upon their parents' social status, and look into a future where their own kids and grandkids and great-grandkids would be locked into a status. And so the U.S., in the 14th Amendment, decided to embrace a definitively new world concept that if you're born in this country, you're a U.S. citizen. It doesn't matter who your parents are. And you have the same opportunities and responsibilities as anyone born in this country. It's part of the genius of this country. I could tell thousands of stories like the ones that I've shared, and I plan to speak more on this topic in the months to come, because I'm going to vigorously defend the constitutional principle of American birthright citizenship against any who would try to dilute it or tear it down. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, I joined 1/3 of this chamber in taking the oath of office so that we could start a new term of Congress and to celebrate what it means to be able to say, this is our new start. We've got 2 years. Let's see what we're going to do with this Congress. And while taking that oath to support and to defend the Constitution and to defend our freedoms, I really felt and thought about what an honor it is to represent the people of the great state of Tennessee. Now, over the last 6 years, I have fought vigorously to bring the voice of the people of Tennessee to this chamber, to make certain that their thoughts and their wishes and their values were brought forward, and that we made the effort to defend faith, family, freedom, hope, and opportunity, not only for Tennesseans, but for all Americans. And I will tell you, we were able to get so much done over the last 6 years. And much of it was done by working with colleagues across the aisle, by taking these great ideas from Tennessee, bringing them here, and saying, how do we distill this so that it becomes a policy that is going to positively impact and make better the lives of Tennesseans and all Americans. Now, in Tennessee, we have a lot of veterans, and there are two provisions that I was able to shepherd through and get signed into law. One is the VA Veteran Caregivers Act. And of course, as our veterans have returned from wars, as caregivers from their families have stepped up to assist them, there were basically some gaps that needed to be filled in. We did that. We also passed legislation strengthening the VA Cybersecurity Act. I was so pleased that that got signed into law to make certain that the identities and the health care information, the benefit information of our veterans is going to be protected. In Tennessee, we have a big military presence. Fort Campbell primarily sits in Tennessee. We have the Naval Station over in Millington, right outside of Memphis. We have Oak Ridge National Labs. The Air Force has Arnold Engineering and Development in Tullahoma. And I was successful in pushing forward to end President Biden's COVID vaccine mandate on our military communities. And every year, in addition to achieving that, every year, Mr. President, you and I have worked tirelessly together to make certain that our military assets, our National Guard, our active duty, were well covered in the NDAA. There's also been a foreign policy issue, a couple of them that I've paid close attention to. One is strengthening our ties with Israel and standing with our allies like Taiwan and assisting them as we stand up to what I call the axis of evil: Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. And one of the bipartisan measures that I brought forward after China took control of Hong Kong was to make certain that we supported internet freedom and that we blocked the export of crowd control equipment to China, and China controlled Hong Kong and barred the FAA from buying drones from U.S. adversaries. Now, these provisions became law and they strengthen our national security. We also fought to end the modern-day slavery of human trafficking, especially with my Bipartisan Report Act and the Project Safe Childhood Act. Both of those signed into law last year. And standing up for women with the Speak Out Act. Senator Gillibrand and I worked diligently on that. The Women's Suffrage Centennial Commemorative Coin Act. And also, Senator Baldwin and I just got across the finish line the Women's Suffrage National Monument Location Act. And I will tell you, Mr. President, so many people were absolutely shocked to find out that there has never been a monument in this city that recognized women's suffrage. We have also worked to confirm judges to the federal bench. including Justice Amy Coney Barrett, and of course we all know that led to the overturning of the Roe decision and the Chevron decision, two decisions that will impact our nation. We worked with the first Trump administration to protect life and to bar federal funds from going to Planned Parenthood. And Mr. President, you and I have put endless hours into making certain that we secured relief for communities in Tennessee and across the Southeast that have been adversely impacted by Hurricane Helene. And there is so much more that we have done, but we've turned the page now and we're looking at how do we use this 2 years, this 119th Congress that is in front of us. Now, we know that the American people have spoken. At the very top of their list is securing that southern border, getting that border under control, ending illegal entry into this country. And the American people know you cannot have, you will never have national security without a secure border. Every law enforcement officer I talk with in Tennessee says, we can't get our arms around gangs and drug trafficking and sex trafficking and crime in our communities until that southern border is secured. So legislation that I'm working diligently on to get passed, my CLEAR Act, which many of our colleagues in this chamber have heard me talk about this for years. Basically, this codifies the 287G program, and it would ensure that our state and local law enforcement officials can apprehend and detain criminal illegal aliens and make certain that ICE deports them and that ICE reimburses that local law enforcement agency. With all the harm that has been caused by sanctuary cities, this legislation would end federal funds into those entities, and it should be a top priority of this Congress. We also need to lower cost and make life more affordable. We all know the economy, taxes, inflation, affordability, another of the top issues for the American people. And they want us to hold this government accountable for what they've done to push inflation forward. It means that we need to make permanent the 2017 Trump tax cuts. That created the strongest economy in decades, and it truly spurred new investment in Tennessee and across the country. It also means slashing this out-of-control spending and making certain that we rein in this lawless bureaucracy that makes life worse for so many Tennesseans and Americans. President Trump is tackling this problem. He is doing it with the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, which will be led by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. And with my DOGE acts, Congress can play a crucial role in ensuring their reforms last beyond the Trump administration. You know, Mr. President, the American people want us to change how the federal government does business. Get the spending under control. Get rid of the bloat that is in the federal government. I think we should concentrate on this to the point that we DOGE every single federal agency and turn DOGE into a verb, a term of action. Another goal at the top of the agenda, and this is a goal that Senator Blumenthal and I share. We have now worked 4 years on holding big tech accountable with the Kids Online Safety Act and ensuring that parents have the tools they need to protect their children in the virtual space. This is just a sample of all the work that is in front of us, but the list of things we can do to empower American workers and taxpayers and businesses and families and farmers goes on and on. And I'm looking forward to a new administration as we aggressively tackle these issues, expanding access to quality health care, especially for our vets, and especially in rural America, defending female athletes in women's sports from the radical left's agenda and celebrating the accomplishment of female athletes. We should pass My American Girls in Sports Day for October 10th of each and every year and celebrate our female athletes. We should end the surge of violent crime in cities across this country. And when it comes to supporting Tennessee's creative community with the American Music Tourism Act, the No Fakes Act, which is AI protections, and the HITS Act for our recording artists. Each and every one of these have a place on our agenda for the 119th Congress. And before we can do any of this, we need to make certain that we confirm each of President Trump's nominees. Make certain that he has his team in place, that his cabinet is in place, so that they can carry out the mandate that was sent by the American people, which is no more business as usual, secure the border, make certain that we get the cost of living down, we get inflation down, expand and extend those tax cuts, and be certain that once again, our allies know they are an ally and our enemies fear us on the global stage. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll, please.
Ms. Also-Brooks.
Mr. President,
Senator from Oklahoma.
I'd ask unanimous consent we'd set aside the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I don't even know how many times I've come to this floor of this Senate to be able to talk about government efficiency. It's not a shock for me to be able to come back here again today and to say, let's talk about this. I don't know a single one of the great 4 million Oklahomans that if I went to their house today, knocked on their door and said, is the federal government the most efficient body in the country, that they would say yes. This should not be a partisan issue, that government should be more efficient. Every single dollar that is spent was taken from an American in tax dollars or was borrowed so that their children would have to pay for it. This should be a straightforward issue. Every single year I put out a federal fumble report, and I'll put one out in a month or so. And when we release that report, everyone nods their head and says, yes, that's areas of inefficiency. And year after year, I highlight things like federal tax dollars that were spent paying for a drag show in Ecuador. If the nice folks in Ecuador want to have drag shows, why are my folks in Oklahoma being forced to pay for them? I highlighted things like we did a research study in Ghana to be able to determine whether helmets made people on bikes in Ghana safer. By the way, I could go ahead and tell you that today without spending any federal tax dollars. Yes, they'll make it safer, but why were the folks in Oklahoma being forced to pay for the study in Ghana to be able to study head injuries on folks in bikes and whether they should wear a helmet? The folks in Oklahoma paid for a study that came out as a book that was analyzing humans and chimpanzees in Sierra Leone and the effect of climate change on them. Again, I'm sure there's nice folks in Sierra Leone that are very interested in that. Why are my folks in Oklahoma? Why are they being forced to pay for that? I could go one after another on things that we have studied over the years, but let me tell you what happens. When we highlight these things and a little sunshine hits them, suddenly people start backing up and agencies stop funding some of these things that everyone nods their head and said, where did that crazy thing come from? So because of the reports that we put out, we're not paying anymore for helmet studies in Ghana anymore. We're not paying for drag shows in Ecuador anymore. We're no longer paying for the study on the Russian wine industry that Americans used to pay for. We're no longer funding the 3D puppets that we once paid for. We've been able to put sunshine on those things, and those things have stopped. The challenge is, how do we actually set this into a process so that we're not having to play whack-a-mole all the time to be able to take down one after another after another? The people of my state, they don't want to pay for those things. They want to pay for border security, and they want to pay for good schools, and they want to have good roads. They want to have lower gas prices. Those are the things that they want. So how do we actually get to that? Well, I could outline right now $170 billion in wasteful spending in the federal government just today. Simple things that most Americans would agree on. We spend $8 billion a year just for federal buildings to lease them or to do maintenance for them. $8 billion a year. Currently, most of those buildings, because we have so many federal employees that are teleworking, most of those buildings are 25% full. We're spending $8 billion a year on buildings that are mostly empty. Most businesses in America would say, that's a waste of money. I'm going to find a way to do that less. Except the federal government doesn't do that. We just continue to be able to lease empty office space and maintain empty office space. That should not be a partisan issue. That should be an issue everybody in this body looks at and says, there's something that we can do to be able to make this better. Let's be more efficient. Starting with the new Trump administration. They have launched a new initiative that folks have made fun of, DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. And I'm fascinated by the number of people that step out and they make fun of this initiative to say this Department of Government Efficiency. And then I ask them the simple question, do you know a way the government could be more efficient? And people will say, well, yeah. Should we do that? Yes. is the answer. So the very simple statement is, if we find duplication in government, why don't we highlight it and then eliminate it? If we find areas where there's tax regulations that actually don't make sense, that actually slow the economy down, rather than actually encourage economic development in the country, why don't we fix that? If we find areas of permitting where permitting actually prevents government growth rather than accelerates the growth of our economy, why don't we go after that? Where there's waste in agencies, where there's empty federal buildings, where there's federal projects that really should be done by the state or local government, why don't we make those changes? That's what this whole concept is about the Department of Government Efficiency, is to actually create a mechanism to say, let's stop talking about it and highlighting it a little bit at a time. Let's actually work to be able to make this better in the days ahead. I'm very pleased that a whole group of colleagues are passionate about this as well. They're coming to the floor today to be able to highlight some of these areas of inefficiency and to say, yes, absolutely, I see it as well. Because while I do federal fumbles every single year, I continue to also say to all of my colleagues, we should not be the only office doing this, and thankfully we are not. There are multiple offices that their staff are also looking for areas of government efficiency, and for the first time in a long time, we've built enough momentum to say, let's get these done. Let's not just show them, and so we embarrass agencies not to do it next year. Let's actually set a process in place. So, Mr. President, today I've invited multiple colleagues, including my colleague sitting at the dais today, to be able to find a moment in their very busy schedules to be able to come and highlight areas where the government can be more efficient, where we can be more effective at protecting taxpayer dollars, and where we can stop throwing Americans' dollars out the door for things that everyone would recognize as wasteful. When we have almost $2 trillion in debt, it is definitely the moment for us to say, let's work on being even more efficient in the days ahead, because we desperately need that. So, Mr. President, with that, I yield the floor to my colleague from West Virginia, who has been very outspoken in trying to be able to protect taxpayer dollars in West Virginia and for the nation, and to try to make ways to make this more effective in the days ahead.
Thank you. I want to thank the senator from Oklahoma for his leadership on this. And, we're just getting started here. So I'm very excited, as I know all of us are, to embark on a serious mission of not just government waste, but pulling in our government spending to make it make sense and more towards a balanced budget. Mr. President, before I begin, I would like to say a few words about the tragedy unfolding on the West Coast. I know many of us have been looking at the television and watching the structure fires and heard from friends who have children there or themselves there, and I think it's just unimaginable. So I just want to let them know in California that we're praying for them and their families, for their safety, and that hopefully this will all become under control sooner than later. But I would, I've seen this on the TV, and I would say it from this podium, that I urge all residents, if you are told to evacuate, don't waste any time. It sounds like quick and fast evacuations are smart and are being advised. So please be super careful and as we move through this tragedy. Americans are resilient people, but the Californians and the Los Angeles are being asked for a lot right now, so it's really tough. So today I'm going to speak about an issue that weighs heavily on the American worker and taxpayer. And this is the waste, fraud, and abuse rampant in our federal government. When I say heavy, I mean really heavy, because billions of hard-earned taxpayer dollars are at stake here. Under President Biden, wasteful government spending has just spiraled out of control, harming our hardworking Americans and their livelihood. Each misspent dollar represents a missed opportunity for our neighbors, our communities, our families. But that's going to end with this incoming administration and I think the control of the House and the Senate. In the 119th Congress, federal spending comes with a promissory note of accountability to the American people. No more spendthrift bureaucrats getting out of line. No more blank checks or wild excesses. The American people have had enough, and rightfully so. They're ready for the government to work for them. Republicans are proud to have the Department of Government Efficiency, better known as DOGE. I remember I probably heard DOGE, about a month ago? I'm wondering, what is this? I know that Elon and Vivek are both very busy men, so I want to thank them especially for conceiving this idea and dedicating their time, energy, and gathering other folks' help to eliminating government waste. Like a 1-2 punch, Congress and the DOGE Commission will identify and address the most flagrant abuses of the federal bureaucracy. DOGE will provide the ideas from these two men, and Congress will bring the constitutional oversight and legislative authority. We plan to hit the ground running, really, on day one of the Trump administration to take aim at the worst excesses left over. And when it comes to wasteful government spending in the jurisdiction of my committee, which is the Environment and Public Works Committee, which I'm very thrilled to, as of yesterday's meeting, to become the new chairman there, look no further than the groundwork that we laid last year through the investigations of my committee. We worked on looking at the spending in the massive, bloated, ill-conceived Inflation Reduction Act, which has the IRA, so-called IRA, which was a bill passed with only Democrat votes, authorized billions of dollars in new handouts from EPA to the Democrat-aligned groups. And recently, an EPA employee actually admitted its current grant-making process, so that means between now and January 20th, when President Trump takes over, he equated it to being akin to throwing gold bars off the Titanic. Well, that's just the chills of every American taxpayer. Throwing gold bars off the Titanic. We've reached unprecedented levels of waste, fraud, and abuse. The American people rejected this kind of reckless governance in November through their voice at the ballot box. Bureaucrats are desperately, right now as we speak, writing checks because come January 20th, they know President Trump will take the checkbook away and ask for accountability. My committee already has issued a clear warning to the EPA in a letter in December. We demanded to know who's getting these gold bars that are being thrown off the Titanic and to what amounts. Most importantly, we want a clear paper trail so the bureaucrats at the EPA can't bury wasteful spending on the way out the door. The committee has already uncovered handouts to groups that are anti-American, anti-Semitic, anti-Israel, anti-police, and anti-border security. That's it, not a dollar more. For example, of the $3 billion of the IRA dedicated to the new environmental and climate justice block grant program through the IRA, the EPA announced over the last several months that it would give $50 million to Climate Justice Alliance, $50 million to the New York Immigrant Coalition, and $100 million to the NDN Collective. The Climate Justice Alliance promotes wildly anti-Semitic rhetoric. The New York Immigrant Coalition advocates for radical open border policies. And most egregiously, remember, this is the one getting $100 million, the NDN Collective goes as far as to call America an evil country. So let me be clear. These groups should not and will not receive one dime of taxpayer dollars. The American people should be outraged, as I am. I think you can tell my voice is getting a little bit louder here. Abuse of their tax dollars. These funds were meant to benefit them, not to prop up radical political groups or line the pockets of bureaucrats with questionable priorities. Taxpayer dollars should never go to organizations that hate America or our values. It's pretty simple when you put it like that. To say, though, that to those who say there's no alternative, that government is and always will be wasteful, I say, look to the state of West Virginia, my home state, has consistently generates large budget surpluses, demonstrating that we can protect our values and our interests without recklessly spending the taxpayers' hard-earned dollar. I think it's time to bring some good old West Virginia thrift to the bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. Many of our states are operating under the same parameters. So with the President, the House, the Senate, the DOJ Commission are all on the same page working together. We're poised to do just that. If we are to spend taxpayers' dollars, I do not believe there is an Article I role for limited government spending. It must be in the furtherance and of the benefit of our nation. The American taxpayer deserves a government that respects their hard-earned dollars. The relationship between the government and its citizen has been frayed by years of neglect, waste, and distrust. Mending this relationship will not happen overnight. It is a long process. It's a process Republicans are prepared to take, to embrace, and undertake. We will end the reckless spending spree. We will put an end to bureaucratic waste, and we will aim to ensure that every dollar that leaves the federal treasury is used in service to the American people. This is our commitment to rebuild trust, to prioritize the needs of the people, and to ensure that the government serves them, not the other way around. Thank you, my fellow senator. I appreciate it, and I look forward to working with all of us here on this very important issue.
Exceptionally grateful for all the work that you've done. Mr. President, I'd like the opportunity to be able to introduce a fellow colleague, Senator Joni Ernst from Iowa. She is the founder of the DOJ Caucus and has been the one that has been very passionate about trying to be able to find waste in government. I'd ask that she would be recognized to speak.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to my colleague from Oklahoma, Senator James Lankford, for arranging today's event. Mr. President, a winter storm shut down the nation's capital this week, but did anyone notice? Essential government employees showed up to do their jobs while the others enjoyed days off. My telework report revealed that just 6% of workers report in-person full-time. And these bureaucrats are doing anything but working. This is sadly just more business as usual. However, it's a fitting prelude to a much bigger storm that is headed this way that will sweep over this city and forever alter the way it operates. I am, of course, talking about the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. Headed up by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, DOGE is putting Washington on notice. Henceforward, every cent being spent will now be scrutinized. All regulations must be justified and continually rejustified using data and outcomes, not just ideology. And the government works for the people, not the other way around. To support these efforts, I am honored to be chairing the Senate DOGE Caucus and working to downsize the government, which is why my colleagues and I stand here today. For that, I again want to thank Senator Lankford, a founding member of the caucus, author of his Federal Fumbles, and a true hero to taxpayers for organizing today's discussion. It's a rare occasion for this many senators to assemble on the Senate floor to call for spending cuts. In fact, since my fellow Iowans sent me to the Senate 10 years ago to make the porkers squeal, it's been a very, very lonely fight. In this era of political polarization, Democrats and Republicans still come together in agreement over one issue: living high off the hog. When faced with proposals to trim the fat from Washington's budget, members of Congress from both parties act like Goldilocks. It's always too little or too big, and never just right. But the real make-believe of this fairy tale is that it's impossible to cut spending without causing pain. Most Americans aren't even benefiting in any meaningful way from the hundreds of billions of dollars hidden in our federal budget. In fact, Washington's out-of-control spending has been fanning the flames of inflation over the past 4 years, increasing everyday costs for families all across the country. There's no time to wait for DOGE to get to work, because even being a lame duck isn't slowing down Biden's reckless spending. Biden's binge-buying bureaucrats are being ordered to work overtime, including weekends, to get billions of dollars out the door as quickly as possible before President-elect Trump takes office. At the same time, the outgoing administration is cutting collective bargaining deals with government employee unions, giving bureaucrats the right to stay home from work until, get this, 2029, conveniently after President Trump's term. If federal employees don't want to come back to work, well, you know what? DOGE and I are happy to make that dream come true. My New Year's resolution is to put Washington back to work and on a diet. This week, I am reintroducing my bills to drain the swamp by relocating federal agencies and bureaucrats outside Washington. I am also putting forward a plan with $2 trillion in potential savings, which I ask unanimous consent to include in the record. Mr. President, may I include this?
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. My proposal includes selling off thousands of vacant and underutilized buildings, auditing the IRS to fire the thousands of employees who owe tens of millions of dollars in unpaid taxes, pulling the plug on Biden's billion-dollar boondoggles for gravy trains that never leave the station, and electrical vehicle stations that aren't charging up anything but debt, bagging the swag and propaganda promoting government programs and agencies at a cost of $1.5 billion a year, and changing the composition of coins so we stop losing money, making money. In fact, there's no better example of the cost of government inefficiency. Washington spends 3 cents to produce a penny and 11 cents to produce a nickel. That makes no sense. A penny here, a nickel there. Eventually, these examples all add up to millions, billions, and eventually trillions. The bottom line is that if you can't find waste in Washington, there can only be one reason: you didn't look. Well, folks, I've spent the last decade looking while just about everyone else seems to have been looking the other way until now. While this is a personal issue for me, it should not be a partisan issue. After all, every American benefits from a more efficient government, and everyone loses when tax dollars are wasted. I have worked across the aisle on a number of issues to make Washington more transparent and accountable. So I would invite anyone in this body and everyone who may be watching at home who has ideas to join this conversation and our movement, because DOGE is inevitable. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor back to my colleague.
Senator from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to compliment my colleague, my esteemed colleague from Iowa, who is the founding member of the DOGE caucus, as well as Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, for their effort to be able to create the Department of Government Efficiency. This is something that is near and dear to my heart because as governor of Nebraska, this is what we did. We focused on how we could drive efficiency through our state operations. Now, if you want to think about the big argument between Republicans and Democrats on a really macro scale, what it is, it comes down to what should government properly do? What should be the size and scope of government? But there's actually things we agree the government should do between Republicans and Democrats. And for those things, we should do them really, really well. All too often, government fails because it's not properly managed, because we don't do a good job. And when we don't do a good job, then we end up wasting the taxpayers' dollars. As governor of Nebraska, this is one of the things I focused on to be able to do a better job on. Take my private sector experiences, coming from the business world, and applying them to run state government. And we show that the things that you do in the private sector will work in running the public sector as well. At the state of Nebraska, we implemented Lean Six Sigma. Lean Six Sigma is a process improvement methodology. There's a number of them out there. This is the one we chose. What it does is you break down an operation, count what the steps are, what the steps should be, get the frontline people engaged, the people actually doing the work involved in looking at those steps, and see if you can cut the waste, the number of steps, and everything else so you can make the process more efficient. And that's how you can do a better job of actually providing services while reducing costs at the same time. And that's the thing. Every time you get to government and say, oh, we want to cut expenses, blah, blah, blah. Oh, you're going to cut services. No, 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 no. In the private sector, you can't go to your customers and say, well, I'm going to reduce your prices, but I'm going to also reduce your service because your customer will go someplace else. It doesn't work that way. So the private sector figures out how to do a better job of providing services while reducing their expenses. We can do the same thing in government. Now, in the private sector, you have competition that's going to drive inefficient businesses out. In the government sector, it's going to require people like Elon and Vivek, the senators here in this room, to be able to drive that through our government agencies to get that efficiency. I want to talk a little bit about what we did because it was very effective. I mentioned that you measured the steps, you count how many steps there are and see where the overlaps are. One area we did it was air construction permits, for example. We had 190 steps that it took to issue that permit. We cut that down to 22 steps. And by doing that, it was 110 steps that we cut down to 22. By doing that, we cut it down from 190 days to be able to issue that permit to 65 days. Now, we can't change any of the environmental regulations. That was just a better job of issuing those permits. And when you free up your teammates' time, because they're not wasting time on all those extra steps, they can do more work, they're more productive, and focus on things that are going to be more important. For example, more difficult permits. And we use this in a variety of ways and showed lots of improvement. For example, in our economic assistance line, in August 2014, it was taking about 23 minutes to answer that phone call. We set a goal of setting 5 minutes or less to answer those phone calls for those people calling in seeking our assistance. We hit that goal all the way up until the pandemic. It was taking us 40 days to issue SNAP applications, food stamps. Again, if you're one of those families in need and it's taking 40 days to process that application, what is that saying about how we think about you? We set a goal of getting those permits done or those applications done in 10 days. We hit that all the way up until we hit the pandemic. And then even when we got out of compliance, when we started going above 10 days, We knew we were above it, and we could take steps to start getting that number back down again. We were able to do it in a variety of other ways, like, for example, Department of Motor Vehicles, getting you your driver's license. In our centers of excellence, we were able to get that from 22 minutes down to 8 minutes, get people in and out the door. Our green sheets, which is what we use in our Department of Transportation to be able to make sure that our contractors are doing the right things with regard to the environment or antiquities or whatever, making sure they're following all the rules. We were able to cut that from 16 days to get it down to 3 days so that those contractors can get into the field faster and get our projects moving faster. Or here's another one. We would issue reimbursement checks to families with children who had special needs. Often these special needs children will have to have specialized care. Families will have to travel to that hospital to go get that. They get reimbursed for those expenses. But it was taking us 13 to 15 days to reimburse those expenses. Well, what's wrong with that? Well, that's over a 2-week pay period. Those families had to float those costs from one paycheck to the next paycheck. And you know, and I know, that a lot of families live paycheck to paycheck. That put a financial burden on those families with kids with special needs. We were able to cut that time down to 2 days to be able to make sure we could get those expense checks back to those families in need so that they wouldn't have to float that and experience that financial hardship from one payment to the next. Well, what did we have to do that? We had to get everybody on board, our entire team. At the end of the day, at the state of Nebraska, we trained over 30,000 of our teammates in the Lean Six Sigma process. They were white belts, kind of the introductory one. Over 6,200 of our mid-level managers in the yellow belt, the next level up. We trained 248 executive green belts. Those are the upper level executives. Again, more training. And then we trained 9 black belts. Those are the folks that oversee the whole program. And by implementing all of that, we were able to save over 900,000 hours of our teammates' time. We did over 1,000 different projects. We saved $115 million in hard savings. And because of those processes, for example, we were able to reduce the square footage that we're occupying as a state of Nebraska by 60,000 square feet we took off our rolls. We reduced our employment by 3.5%. And we were able to control spending. Before I became governor, our budget was growing at 6.5% a year. I would say that was not sustainable. We were able to, on average, while I was governor, keep that growth of our budget to just 2.8% a year. Just 2.8% a year on average. And I might just contrast to what we're doing here at the federal government right now. In 2019, we spent $4.4 trillion. 2024, that was closer to 6.8, 6.9 trillion. That's roughly a 55% increase in just 5 years. Folks, that is not sustainable. And that is why this Department of Government Efficiency, the DOGE, and what this incoming administration is going to do is so important. We've got to be able to get our spending under control. It is a risk to our country. We've got to get this under control, and we can do it. We can do a better job of providing services and keep our expenses down, just like the private sector does, by leveraging tools like Lean Six Sigma, just like the private sector does. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President. The senator from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as you know, most every January, hardworking families across this country gather together at a kitchen table and they work on a budget. Then once a month, they try to balance their checkbook. Making a budget, balancing a checkbook, Congress seems to be incapable of doing either of these. And that's why today, this country faces a national debt of over $36 trillion. $36 trillion. I believe that debt is the greatest threat we have to our long-term national security and to the future of America in so many ways. So first we need to look, how did we get here? How did we get to $36 trillion of national debt? And I think many of us feel it's been driven by federal waste, by fraud, and gross mismanagement. Now, last year's federal deficit, I want you to think about this. We're talking about the deficit now. We have a national debt, $36 trillion, and we have a deficit each year. So this last fiscal year, the federal government took in $5 trillion, but we spent $7 trillion. Let me say it again. We took in $5 trillion, but we managed to spend $7 trillion. That's pretty simple math for a deficit of some $2 trillion. Now, this last year, we eclipsed a new benchmark. The federal government spent more on interest alone payments on the debt than it did on funding the national defense or Medicare. Let me say it again. We spent more on making an interest payment than we did on national defense or Medicare. And no matter what your priorities are, whether it's schools, roads, and bridges, or maybe you think we need more military, when we're spending $1 trillion a year as a nation on interest, lots of things are going to go unaccomplished. Now, the American people have clearly spoken. 77 million people elected Donald J. Trump to be the president. And with them, his priorities that we deal with the bureaucratic inefficiencies, overregulation, and a government that prioritizes beltway politics over the heartland, all without any transparency or accountability. So what am I talking about? The Pentagon can account for $824 billion. Improper federal payments in 2023 were $236 billion. Pandemic relief loss to fraud and abuse was $200 billion. There's one, that right there together, just those three items alone, $1.2 trillion of waste, fraud, and mismanagement. Now, we take a peek again at 2023, the Biden-Harris administration's open border policies. Think about the cost of taking on these 10 million, maybe more, illegal immigrants, at least $150 billion. Our Department of Education spent over $1 billion promoting DEI initiatives in schools. Let me say it again, $1 billion promoting DEI initiatives in schools, but our kids can't read and write and do math. Meanwhile, the U.S. government adds $6 billion of debt daily. So we're $6 billion. By the time you wake up in the morning, you go to bed, you wake up the next day, we've added another $6 billion of debt. And the total debt now, as I said earlier, over $36 trillion. And again, making an interest payment of $1 trillion each year. So I think this is where DOGE comes in. What can DOGE do here? I'm proud to be one of the founding members, appreciate Senator Ernst's leadership on this. And I'm committed to addressing this crisis and reform the federal government to operate with the efficiency and accountability that Americans deserve. Now, to address the spending crisis, we need a plan, we need accountability. We have some simple reforms that we can make on day one that slash the spending and disrupt the accounted for blank check spending that we're seeing out of this federal government. So here's just a few examples, and I've been sharing with these people that are coming into this new administration. If this was a business, the first thing I would do, and I saw that we had spent $2 trillion more than we took in, the first thing I would do is I would freeze federal employees. I would not hire any more federal employees. Next, I would require all federal employees to return to their office to work. Maybe only 1 out of 10, maybe 2 out of 10 federal employees in D.C. are actually back in office working. Next, I would decentralize the federal government. There's many functions of the federal government that could be formed better, less costly, if we would move them out of this environment. And then next, I would implement term limits for political appointees as well as long-term employees as well. I think there's opportunities for agency consolidation. We can modernize the IT system. We're spending 80% of $100 billion annually on an outdated IT system here at the federal government. The opportunities that we would save financially with regulatory reform are infinite. We could roll back energy mandates, EPA limits, methane emission rules. We could expand federal land leasing for oil and gas production. Next, I would talk about cutting subsidy waste. Getting rid of some of the tax credits. So for instance, taxpayer-funded electric vehicle subsidies could be done away with. Why in the world are we giving tax credits to foreign entities? So we have foreign countries, foreign entities that are benefiting from some of these tax credits as well. Our grant oversight is just pitiful. Spending money, the The NGO research grants, we don't know who's spending it and where it's going. And that we're funding billions of dollars on gain-of-function research, teaching China how to develop weapons against Americans. The biodefense program for NIAID is spending over $2 billion annually, again, to help communist China develop bioweapons against Americans. We need more research accountability. There's opportunities for education reform. And then in the taxation and IRS reform, we could rescind the $80 billion for IRS funding under the IRA Act as well. And certainly simplifying tax laws would be a great opportunities as well. And that's just a few. That is just a handful of the ideas that we have passed on to DOGE and to President Trump's team, and we look forward to working with them. I think it's enough said. Enough is enough. It's time for federal agencies and unelected bureaucrats to remember that we, the people, sign their checks, and that DOGE is absolutely committed to restoring accountability and putting the federal government back on the path to serving the American people. These solutions will give Beltway bureaucrats the fits. It'll give them heartburn, but these reforms will finally put the federal government on notice and on a path to start working like a business. And I'll close with this. Look, DOGE can help us identify and prioritize waste. So DOGE is going to help us identify and prioritize the waste, the fraud, the mismanagement. But it's up to Congress to put their gloves on, to roll up their sleeves, and get the work done. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Gentleman, or the senator from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak about the grave threat that the administrative state poses to our country and what we can do to stop it. And I want to thank the senator from Oklahoma for sort of leading the effort here today to talk about this and air this out on the Senate floor. Quite frankly, one of my big surprises, I think, in my first 2 years here in the United States Senate is how little we actually talk about this and how little time we've spent addressing this. So many of the conversations that happen inside the Beltway here are so detached from the conversations that I have back home in Missouri. Quite frankly, the people that I talk to who work hard every day can't believe the waste that happens here. They can't believe we spend millions of dollars on drag shows and DEI trainings in countries halfway around the world. And if they knew more about it, my guess is it would be even a bigger topic of conversation. There'd be more outrage, and I think that's part of what the table setting is going to be over the next 6 months or so here, which is to identify these things, talk about it, highlight them, and do something about it. Last year, when I gave my inaugural speech on this Senate floor, I talked about how the administrative state was one of the biggest threats to our republic. Nameless, faceless bureaucrats who are accountable to nobody, promulgating rules and regulations that deeply impact everyday Americans every day. The EPA can promulgate a rule that devastates farmers. A farm that's been in a family for generations can be underwater just like that, and they don't even know who to talk to about it. Ranchers are impacted. None of these folks are ultimately ever held accountable. You don't know their name. The title's ambiguous, and they're in an agency you've never heard of. In the Loper Bright case that the Supreme Court just recently heard, it dealt a significant blow to the power of the administrative state. NOAA, which was attempting to force fishermen in that case to pay out of their own pocket for federal observers on their own boats. There are many, many more examples than just this particular case, but this one made it to the Supreme Court. They had an impactful decision. And real Americans have been impacted by this bloated bureaucratic mess that's developed over the decades. While the administrative state is still a grave threat to our country, the good news is President Trump will soon occupy the White House. DOGE will soon get to work, and we can finally have some real momentum to dismantle the administrative state once and for all, returning the power back to the people. See, the difference is when the senator from Oklahoma gets elected or I get elected, the folks get a say. They can send us back or they can send us home. If you want to ban gas stoves, we should have to vote on that. And my guess is it would receive very few votes. But if you've got a bureaucrat that's not even in an office anymore, because only 6% of them are actually in the office, making these kinds of decisions, you lose every sense of accountability, and our representative form of government is ultimately undermined. To ensure that President Trump and DOJ hit the ground running, yesterday I introduced 2 bills that are a critical 1-2 punch in dismantling the administrative state. The first bill is called the Eraser Act, which prohibits any agency from issuing a rule unless the same agency has repealed at least 3 rules. Additionally, the bill prohibits an agency from issuing a major rule unless the agency has repealed 3 or more rules and the cost of the new major rule is less than or equal to the cost of the rule that's being repealed. This would make agencies think twice before promulgating new regulations, and because these agencies are addicted to the power that comes from regulating Americans, it could have the added benefit of stripping many regulations from the books altogether and freeing Americans from the bonds of over-regulation. The second bill is called the Separation of Powers Restoration Act, which builds on the Supreme Court's ruling in the Loper-Bright case and tearing down of the Chevron deference that we've lived with for decades. This bill would enact a stricter standard of review. No longer can agencies expect the courts to just side with their interpretation of a statute like they could when Chevron deference was in place. This bill would institute a de novo standard of review. Under a de novo standard of review, courts will weigh the merits of the arguments without deference standard to either side, placing American citizens and businesses either caught on the wrong side of regulatory enforcement action or challenging the validity in the first place on equal footing in a court with that agency. This is a critical effort which will strip power away from the unelected bureaucrats and put the power back in the hands of Americans. I look forward to working hand in hand with the Trump administration and with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and my colleagues in the DOJ caucus to finally reform and dismantle the administrative state, shrink the size of the federal government, reinstitute fiscal sanity here in Washington, and stop these agencies from burdening American citizens with their onerous regulatory schemes. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oklahoma is recognized.
As this body knows well, for the past hour, we've had multiple colleagues that have come to this floor to be able to talk about how do we make government more efficient. They've been talking about out loud what they're working in their offices on, what their staff are working on, what we plan to be able to implement. This is a public conversation, but there's a lot of private behind-the-scenes work because the focus is not just what we talk about, it's what we actually get done. There are a lot of areas of government efficiency that need to get done. This is a target-rich environment. Literally, you can pull out of this building and look any direction you want to at any number of agencies and get started there. But the focus that we need to have as a body is not what we're going to do to talk about government waste. What are we going to do to get it done? We are looking forward to President Trump's inauguration in a week and a half. We're looking forward to beginning to implement, both on the executive branch and the legislative action, real changes that can actually get our government towards more efficiency. Now, I have to warn everybody, this is going to take a while because there's a lot to get done. But the good news is we're not just talking about it. We're actually going to get some things started. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Kansas.
Madam President, this afternoon I rise here on the Senate floor to recognize a fellow Kansan, to honor the life of a soldier, a servant, a great man, Olin Mitchell. While Olin was born in Oklahoma, Kansas is the place he called home, and we are honored to call him our own. Growing up in western Kansas teaches you a lot about discipline, service, and hard work, and I know that Olin's time in Elkhart and Hutchinson, Kansas, taught him valuable lessons. The values he learned in western Kansas provided him with a love of country and taught him to love his neighbors as himself. His character was further defined alongside thousands of other young men like him who fought in World War II. Olin received the Purple Heart after being shot 2 weeks before D-Day in 1944 during his service in Italy. Even after being injured, he continued his service to his country in the military police. After his service, Olin received the Bronze Star, the Combat Infantry Man Badge, and several other medals and service ribbons. In June of last year, I had the opportunity to call Olin on the 80th anniversary of D-Day while he was visiting Normandy and seeing the beaches of France. It was my honor to thank him for his service during World War II and let him know how much of a privilege it was to know him and his story. The greatest generation has left a permanent impact on the world, and that is why the loss of another World War II veteran is cause for mourning in this nation and around the globe. We remember not only their grit, sacrifice, and bravery, but also their kindness, their dedication, and their humility, which has changed communities across America, and changing those communities changed America. Olin embodied the compassion, kindness, and courage we all remember, and he changed the Hutchinson community for the better. I know every time I was in Hutchinson, I had the opportunity to be with him. It's just a great experience for me, but you could also tell that those around us admired and respected him. He was a pillar in the community and so often involved in everything good. Occasionally, he would drive me in the 4th of July parades, and there you could tell how the community responded, not to the United States Senator going down Main Street, but about how good it was for them to see their friend Olin. He was a loving husband who was married for 68 years until his wife passed away. Olin was also an uncle, a great-uncle, and a great-great-uncle. 3 generations of family and loved ones had an exemplary role model as an inspiration figure who showed them kindness, love, and devotion. A few times a year, veterans visit Washington, D.C. on honor flights, and Olin visited our capital in 2014, 10 years ago. Meeting veterans during these visits brought me certainly great joy, and I'm always moved by the veterans who see for themselves the memorial built to honor their comrades and themselves. My own father was able to see the World War II memorial. Before he saw it, I called him to tell him about it. So I'm at the World War II memorial with my flip phone. I call my dad at home in Kansas to tell him that I love him, I respect him, and I thank him for his service. I've told this story before. My dad then calls me back and says, "Gerald, you left me a voicemail, but I didn't understand it. Would you repeat it?" Olin is no longer in a position in which I can tell him what I told my dad, nor is my dad. So on behalf of all of us, and communicated to Olin and all of his comrades, we today again say, we love you, we respect you, we thank you for your service. After Olin's passing, the Kansas Honor Flight Foundation shared in their post, "Heaven needed a hero just in time for Christmas." Olin is a hero to his country, to his family, to his loved ones, and to his community. His story will be and should not be forgotten, and the state of Kansas, our country, and the world are forever grateful for his life of service and dedication. Olin, thank you for your life of service. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for being such a great member of a great family. I yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 1 p.m. on Thursday, January 9th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Further, upon the conclusion of morning business, the Senate resume consideration of the motion to proceed to calendar number 1, S5. Finally, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture vote with respect to the motion to proceed to calendar number 1, S5, occur at 3 p.m. tomorrow.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 1 p.m. tomorrow.